Hello, hello. Welcome. Get on in here, ladies and gentlemen. We're just closing up for the day on our other stuff. What a wild ride it has been the last week here. Um, woof. My coffee. We're gonna get settled in. Take a look at everything that's new today. Let me try to get a link for the stream here to share with everyone. And I wanted a sell off today. We kind of got it, but I want more of a sell off. This isn't going to be good enough for any 0-day expiries, right? We really want to, bleed down so we can recover just in the end of the day. But if not, we're just going to hang out and watch, right? I'm not going to force anything. Oh my gosh. I am a little tired. I got a fresh coffee though, so that'll help, I'm sure. How is everyone today? Welcome, welcome. Hanging out for sure. 22. It's actually lower than that. But I think we're going to trend above it. $21.50. So I don't think we'll make it that low, but 22, 22.50. I probably, which is higher than 22.90, right? So, sub 23, yeah, absolutely for sure. But maybe we can get a dip and just make something work. Yeah, but how are you calculating gamma? You certainly better not be for better budget, dude. If you're paying for actual gamma, right, and you know what gamma max is, sure, but we're not gonna like I have gamma max at like 25, so yeah, no, we're not going to that, right? And I don't really pay attention to that until we start hitting it, at which point I expect a hedge flip, right? So I don't typically subscribe to the gamma, but when things run, I do. But just for trending sideways, I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure it's fine. It is until it's not, though, right? Like these things are. They're okay. They're not bad. It's like using Max Payne. It's right until it's not, which is fine because you don't need to be right every single time. You just need to be right the majority of it. So, if it's a consistent indicator for you, 60+%, then that's good enough, right? And I mostly don't have paid gamma, so that's why I talk shit. Right? I don't have unusual whales. Yeah, I probably wouldn't use it for any areas of volatility or projected volatility. That's a good idea. Millions of short shares weekly for almost 5 years. Yes, but there's also millions of longs coming in weekly. They have like over 5 million shares short to use today. Do you think they're going to use them all? Oh, just you're saying to drive us down back to Max Payne. Yeah. I mean, available shares is something you could take a look at. 5 million shares, fucking no fee, a fat ass rebate. Sure. A lot of people look at the GME ER for this, but it's doesn't need to be that complicated. It really doesn't. I mean, I didn't use any of that for yesterday's scale out, you know? Doesn't have to be complicated. Sometimes I do like to look at Max Payne on a Friday, though. That's more than free, bud. Yeah, I think I've got too much to say today, even less than yesterday. Other than I told you so, I'll probably be saying that a lot today. Um, on the daily, you're saying, but we're gonna reject the daily. I'm almost positive. Yeah, you see how it's curving back? He should be showing people it on the 4 hour. We talked about this in our video yesterday. Do you think he watches our videos? Because he's like talking about the things we talk about the day after always. What's up with that? What's up with that? And yeah, you're sure the one, it looks good, but it's like, what about the 4 hour, bud? What about this bearish reversal? So I wouldn't be talking shit about the 1 day PMO when the 4 hour just turned back on itself. If it re-swaps back bullish, sure, then okay, let's talk about the 1 day, right? But until now, this is rejecting. So good one, dude. Everybody just wants to sell their fucking covered calls. And like that's so fucking crazy. Oh man, I hate super stonk so much. Yeah, let's just draw a big line. A big fucking line up to $40. LOL, dude. Holy shit. It's crazy. Like, and I know you put in good work and this is fantastic, but you're just pushing a narrative, right? Oh, I can get more money for my options contracts into earnings because it's already jacked up. Hilarious. Why not be real with people and be like, hey, there's a good chance that this fucking breaks down. I hope it goes too, but this is straight up as bearish as it gets. Just because the 1 day looks good doesn't mean that it stays looking good. You have to be on the correct time frame. So if you wanted to wait and brag about the 1 day, you got to wait till it actually reverses. Because this isn't reversal territory considering the 4 hour is looking so bad off of a double top. But with that being said, even though we reversed here on the 4 hour, look what happened to the price. But it's a show of the momentum ending, right? So here was our 4 hour reversal here, bearishly. We still broke up, from right from the reversal here. So this was still another, I can't even see it. %6 up, which is not a lot. Not a lot. And then we dumped down really, really aggressively because there was no momentum and we failed to break it back up. Right? So we have that bearish signal set. Do we bleed up a little bit more? Maybe. But is it more likely that we fucking crumble down as it resets? Yes. But maybe we should talk about that. All pointing in one direction. Fuck, that's cancer. Ay, ay, ay. And then just hero worship over something that's like blatantly misleading. Not you guys though. You protect yourself. You're already green. You don't need to, be dealing with these other people. I'll turn my mic up a little bit. I realize it's loud or what's quiet. I think GME will double beat on earnings again. Well, yeah, they're not going to triple beat when Ryan doesn't say anything. Double beat's fine, but everybody wants a triple beat. The market and all of the algos. Yeah, really nothing. Lunar Pack sold out, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's such a big deal." It doesn't necessarily mean that. Maybe there was an issue with the back end, and that's why they pulled it. Doesn't necessarily mean that they were 100% sold out. It just means that they pulled the sale of them, and that could be for many reasons. But they're trying to restock, it looks like, so maybe that is legit. It very much could have been, we're paying out too much. We got to pull it. I don't know. Maybe they did just sell out. And then it's like, what's the inventory like to begin with? And then that raises the real problem. The real problem is how do they sell out when they buy cards back from people? Isn't it supposed to be infinite supplies that just continue to resell over and over and over? Well, people are taking the cards out of GameStop's power packs and they're putting them into eBay, out of circulation, and absolutely brutal for our company. Because it stops the scalability of that. And it diminishes inventory, which is not great. Couldn't keep in inventory. Where did they say that? Who said that? If the price drops before earnings, where's good support? Right here. We talked about that in the Discord. We talked about it in the YouTube video yesterday. The 1 day 50. If we want bullish continuation, that's where it is, right? For upside continuation, we want to see the 1 day 50 hold. That's this red line. Right here. And what happened? He said it in the interview. Link or it didn't happen. I want clip or it didn't happen. Right? I need proof. Where are the receipts? So yeah, I'd like to see a retracement today, and then maybe we can get like a cheap play sub 22 to push it up to 22. But I won't force it. It happened. No, I'm not saying it didn't, but cards were interesting, but they struggled to get inventory, which is not good. That's really bad. Struggling to get inventory while also struggling to keep it in a system designed to keep it. People they just taking it and they're selling to eBay. And then GameStop's got to go and buy all these cards again. And that's the bad thing, is because the margins are so thin. And the margins would be non-relevant if people sold back to GameStop. But the fact that they're selling to eBay and then GameStop's got to go, grab these cards again. Very thin margins, which is not great. I don't know how you get around. You'd have to buy eBay. No, I don't know about that. Because you'd just be pricing yourself out then anyways. I really don't know how to get out of that as a problem. But people are always going to take their sell to the highest. Like, why would I take, $900 when I can get $1,000 on eBay? I put one on eBay. The buyback fees are too high. And eBay generally offers higher value. Yes, not generally, almost always, 100% of the time by like 10%. So that's going to be something they struggle with. Right? People are going to be pulling cards from the power packs, which is great. They make their 6%. Awesome. But, like, you need infinite churn, and then you can scale up your numbers. Because if you can't scale anything, because you can't get inventory and the margins are too thin, like, eBay has fees too. They must be less. Speaking of power packs, any fat pulls today, people? What's going on? What is this thing? Oh, well, if it's a new eBay account, I think you have to wait. Woof. Really? Well, if there's not a single sale of it, take the immediate buyback, right? Jelly. You're not just vaulting it with eBay and automatically selling it through them? What do you mean you have to ship it? I thought you could list it right from PSA Vault onto eBay and not have to have the card. Sorry, I was checking in on a couple things really quick. My laptop's having an aneurysm. Does not compute. That would be cool if your computer said that when it was like having trouble. Maybe I'll just restart it. Isn't that strange? It doesn't even want to power off. It's simply too good of a computer. It's like, no, 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 I don't shut off. Huh. It is completely froze, though. No bueno. GameStop breaking down, it looks like, from the 200. Dang, like it is 100% bricked. Crazy. Hmm. 23 has become resistant. Yeah, they're not going to let those 23s in the money. There's zero chance. Dude, how do you shut off a laptop that won't shut off? The keyboard's lights work. Like, I can turn the mic on and off. The power button does nothing. And the Windows key does nothing. Well, that is problematic. Just gonna unplug it maybe for a minute or two. Even though it's a laptop. I mean, the SPY is still doing its thing, right? It's holding on. I think, it's going to continue to hold on until their interest rate could pull back a little bit because that's not till next week, right? So just like GameStop's kind of cooling off into a bullish catalyst, so could the general market. I don't doubt that at all. Utilization's back up because people are starting to sell covered calls again. Or naked calls, I don't know. A 5,000 block at 33. That's so dumb. Yeah, you have fun buying these $33. Like, get out. the call sellers don't want you to know. They just want you to think, oh, it's Kitty. Maybe I should get some too. But in reality, they're just fucking juicing you for free profits. At least some people fucking get it. Like, it's not coincidence that this shit gets put in front of your face every day. Ooh, out of the money call. Ooh, out of the money call. Crazy. Yeah, no, I get that too. The stock loves to reject at my cost basis. Like, you know how many times we just get to my cost basis and reject down? Oh, that's how I knew this was a good spot to scale out the option contracts. That's how we knew, boys. You just can't be a winner. They won't have it. All right, go gadget, laptop work. It's really not working. Weird as all hell. Like, maybe is there like a button I press to turn off some of the keys? Control delete doesn't work. I'm just pressing every single key like an old boomer would. Rolling my hand all around. For 2027, because January is like a month away, right? So those aren't really leaps anymore. The calls we were selling were a little bit closer dated. I think leaps are still okay if you had really good entry. Yeah, I don't know. I was hoping just closing it would work. There's no hard reset button or anything. I'm going to look on the internet really quick. For 30 seconds, man. I was holding this shit for minutes, I feel like. I'm so impatient, though. 1, 2, 3. Now you're being too patient. Okay, it worked. Man, I was holding that thing forever and it was not working. I am the most impatient person in the world. Oh my god. Brutal, dude. Yeah, take this back to Costco. This laptop doesn't work. I need a replacement. It won't turn off. Sir, you have to press the power button. Power button? All right, I'm back. Unstoppable. You knew it was 10 seconds, but you told me 30 just so I would make it to the 10. That's clever. Maybe we'll play some Buck the Bunny this weekend. I haven't played any in a little bit. Last weekend we took a break. I had a friend buy me Halo Master Chief Edition. Mostly because they've been like super addicted to it for some reason. I don't know, nostalgia as a kid. It's December, it's the winter, right? It's 'tis the season. Um, but I was like, no, like shouldn't get it. And then it just showed up in my Steam account, so I felt obligated to play with them for a little bit. Maybe this weekend we'll get back on Buck the Bunny. Oh, and big news. Got a candle. Yeah. Juicy citrus, spring water, and sweet mango. So you can say I'm living the high life. Right? We had to celebrate those gains the other day that we pulled out with a new candy. As one does. Is this the correct link for the stream? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yes. Perfect. There's definitely an alarm going off. I'll be right back. I don't know what that is. 1 second. False alarm? No worries. All right. I've done all I can. Oh, I guess we could do this Twitter post. So not quite. Oh, and this. We should drop this here too. These guys are pretty wild. We would like look at each other when Ryan would say something silly. Oh, new post. Every single day. It's like I'm clapping it out. Do you have a timestamp? Okay. That can be chilling, I guess. Maybe we'll put that over here. Beautiful. I'm sure I probably don't have a single follower on there, but we got to start somewhere, right? We probably don't need that. What we do need is some real-time data. Let me grab that. So to block you guys out for a moment while I log in. Much more better. These are still green from our entry, which is pretty gas considering the market pullback. Yeah, so maybe this afternoon we can pick up some 23s that are worth 1 cent and swing them up to $1. No, maybe like 20 or 30 cents. I don't think it's the time yet, though. All right. Why not watch a Ryan interview? I've actually only seen this one time. Oh, man, you should see my KD in Battlefield. I'm a monster.
Is very interesting.
I'll unmute it for you.
We can't get enough inventory, so
those were the words.
That's always a good
I
sign.
don't want to say anything because I mean users can.
Do you see
customers
it as the
can
same,
figure out for themselves?
Yeah. Do you see it as the same sort of like it's more consumption focused, so it fits within the Chewy model, or is that the right way to think about this?
The update from your side.
Power packs is interesting.
I do love the hesitation.
And digital is very interesting. We can't get enough inventory, so
That's always a good sign.
I don't want to say anything because I mean users can.
Well, I guess we'll know right away.
Can figure out for themselves.
Yeah. Do you see it as the same sort of like it's more consumption focused, so it fits within the Chewy model, or is that the right way to think about this, as opposed to you're there's less risk of getting stuck with a bunch of inventory?
Are we talking physical or digital?
Physical, I would imagine, would be like the place where there's inventory risk in some regard. But if you view it as more of a consumption product, then like the Chewy story, there's presumably less risk in holding a bunch of inventory.
I like the trading card space.
Okay.
So we have, GameStop has a lot of assets. We have the community and the brand that allows us to, if you look at digital power packs, we've kept it pretty limited in terms of being able to get into the digital category. And frankly, it's not a marketing thing. We can't get enough inventory. And it's the same thing on the physical thing. But digital is more scalable. So if we had a choice between physical and digital, because digital is more scalable, we're going to go towards digital. Can't get enough inventory, at least at a price where we can. I mean, you can buy inventory at 110 or 120% market value, but we're not gonna start doing stupid stuff like that.
How do you see the collectibles landscape evolving over the next?
Which is, I actually was thinking about this after yesterday's stream. A lot of people are like, oh, the cash is an asset or whatever. But it's not necessarily an asset until it's deployed successfully, right? And that's what makes it a liability, because you could technically burn that cash. You could make poor decisions and down convert it at a negative percentage rate. Even though you got 0%, now you're down converting, which is really, really bad. In comparison to, just the 4.5%, which we've kind of been seeing. So even though it is cash, people got to realize that it is a possibility for GameStop to potentially make a wrong decision and burn cash, which he did admit to here. So again, a liability, right?
5 years, it feels like different players have picked a focus, whether that's live, traditional auctions, something like you just discussed, as well. But like, what is the shape of the market going forward in your view?
They're all connected. Like, if you look at the overall collectible space, it's looked at as a store of value. And it's been that way for decades. If you look at trading cards, it's like nostalgic too. You know, I grew up, I collected trading cards a little bit, but there's definitely a comeback right now on trading cards. So it's looked at as a store of value. Whether that continues or not, who knows? I mean,
That's the truth of it too.
It's going to continue. Everyone thinks crypto is going to continue. Nobody knows.
Yep.
But we're having a lot of success when you look at our assets right now. Like the way it stands right now is we're selling the product very quickly. We can't get, the more inventory we have, we could sell the product. So we're going to run efficiently, and if we can sell the product, great. And if it happens where we can't sell the product, then we're going to adjust. And, we're going to lower our costs and going to focus on the things that make sense.
Do you have a take on Labubu? I feel like if I find out about it, I'm ultra late, and I might have top ticked it when I finally.
But then I'm also going to mention it to everybody else.
It seems like it's somewhat important to the collectible boom, the story there. Do you have any idea what's going on?
Do we sell Labubu right now? I don't think we sell Labubu.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, like. It's like kind of an odd strategy. It has some of the unboxing characteristics. Very popular. Seemed like it just kind of emerged out of China, out of nowhere. I was wondering if you had tracked the market at all.
No. Should we sell it?
I don't know. It might be too late. I have no idea.
They're very demonic in our view.
We think they kind of just don't have the right vibe, and I feel like there's plenty of other collectibles that would be more on brand. Personally,
how do you?
What was that?
Is it females or males?
I don't know.
I think it's all sorts of people buying them.
I saw Tim Cook had one, so I don't know if that tells you.
Okay.
How are you thinking about? How do you think about M&A on the? I
think he's talking about the dolls themselves.
I'm sure people come to you all the time.
Which I'm pretty sure they're androgynous. Oh, GameStop holding its 200. Doing its thing. That's good. Not bad. Nobody shows up on a red day? Is that how it is? Oh, I get it. Everybody just shows up on the green days. I mean, I guess. I'm sure more people will roll in as the day goes on here. It's Friday. Sleeping. I almost slept in too. We're already an hour in. Oh, man. I've done nothing. Do you guys want to talk about anything? Is there anything even to go through? Like, I'm just like hanging out waiting for the week to end. If you didn't scale out, you still can. I got you. Golden entries. Maybe this weekend we do like a campaign where we're like out and about on social media bragging about this to people. Maybe if anyone had any gains, they want to share some gain porn, right? They could post that, and then we'll tweet about that or something. Or you could post it and tag me on it. I played World of Warcraft for about 20 years. I think about playing WoW all the time. Right? I don't, but I still think about it. That's kind of how that goes. I play stocks now. Okay, so I used to I got banned off World of Warcraft once for manipulating the market or the auction house. Manaroth was my server. And yeah, I got a ban because I was like buying everything in the auction house and then repricing it up because there was that add-on Auctionator or whatever, right? And it would tell you when things were like trading at a discount to the market history, right? And it's like, oh, Mithral's trading only at 44% its market value. I'm going to buy all of it and reprice it up. And I did that for months and months and months, and to the point where I was basically just the market maker. And I got kicked out. I got a ban on my character for market manipulation. I wish I saved the email. It was crazy. So, I did lose my original character, unfortunately, or whole account, which at that point was really just like 1 or 2 characters. This account has like a ton of probably not maxed out anymore. I haven't played in a little bit. I stopped playing when they reduced the level because it was like 120, and they're like, no, you're like level 10 or something. I don't know what it was, but that's kind of where I hung it up. And even leading into that was less. But a ton of time in Burning Crusade. So I started like right at the end of vanilla. It was like 2 days before Burning Crusade came out. Actually, maybe a little bit before that. I think I was like level 45 or maybe even approaching 50 when Burning Crusade came out. Because I was trying to get there on time, but it was not happening. Good game though. Good game. Good times. What's up, Bobble? How are you? Even the mounts you lose and stuff, right? It's hard to get back into it once your account's been banned, and you lose a lot of that input that you had. Like, farming these rare mounts takes literally a lifetime. And then when you lose them, it's just like, I'm not doing that again. So yeah, our hope today is like an afternoon sell-off, which is, we got a long way to go. Let's just be patient, get some sniper entries. If they don't present themselves, then we don't take an entry, right? If there's no shot, we don't take it. However, if we get an extended sell-off, then maybe then we can get in on a really cheap low, because it's a 0 day, right? This expires today. And swing it up. These are already up a little bit. This was at 5 cents. I'm trying to maybe get the 23s for like 2 cents, right? I don't want to pay anything for them. I want them to basically be free. Literally worthless, right? And they will go worthless if we're taking a shit, right? But if we do that into this afternoon, and then we still have time for that power hour recovery, that's where we can, maybe make some lunch money. But, they're going to be like $2 each. Maybe we buy 10 of them, right? We're spending $20. Literally nothing. It's like an actual lotto, like you'd buy a lottery ticket, right? And, maybe it prints to a couple $100 for us. So just a potential funsy play. It's very high risk, right? But the reward is quite high. So we like ultra size down, just like, nothing money, basically. Pocket change. Of course, we do need the sell off for that to happen. If we just trend sideways all day, there'll be no play. You could also maybe go on the other side of the chain if you think we're going to push into max pain. Right, so let's maybe watch like these 22 puts. I don't know. That's too crazy for me. But if it does sell off and not come back, but I don't think that's the case, because like on your typical Friday, if we were above max pain, sure, you know what, that's great. Let's sell down to max pain. But earnings is next week. That's a super duper bullish catalyst, and there's going to be a lot of people getting in for that. So I don't think a sell-off is really in the books. We'll try though. We'll try. We'll watch. It's a play, that every now and again works. Whether it be, and this is something like the earnings play that you can apply to any stock, right? Obviously, I love GameStop, so this is what we're doing here. But you could take that and utilize it on Nvidia for an earnings play, right? Where you're just getting your calls at the money a little early off of bullish entry model, and then selling them into the run-ups last days where everybody else is piling in because they weren't buying Nvidia calls for earnings a week ahead of time or 2 weeks ahead of time. They're like, oh, it's Nvidia earnings tomorrow night. I'm going to buy some calls now, right? So you're selling them to the last people getting on the train. Similarly, you can buy on Friday 0 days because typically they're weekly expiries, right? Unless it's an index fund, so GameStop or Nvidia or whatever your favorite stock is. There's 7-day expiries, right? You buy weeklies. However, on Friday, that weekly is degraded down just to 1 day. And you can get some pretty juicy gains out of them sometimes. Very high risk. Nothing you would ever size in on, right? And you can't, but yeah, I mean, whatever buys lunch, right? Like, that's funny once. Yeah. I hope they get called. Fuck you. No, and so that's the thing, right? Like, even if if you do get called and you lose your shares, you can buy them back immediately, right? That it's specifically when you're selling short dated calls, because GameStop's never going to move that much in 1 day or 1 week, right? The risk comes in when you're selling these calls with a lot of time on them, right? And then the price moves above, and you can't buy them back immediately, right? So, but like if we went to 25, right, you'd lose your shares, but then you could literally just buy them back on Monday for 25 again, right? Like maybe 25.20. Ooh, like, yeah, and it's like it's zero risk because they're so short dated. You just buy them back, or like if they did get called, you would just buy the shares back immediately if you were worried. Typically, I don't pick up pennies, though. But I get it. I get it. A lot of people have to pay a transaction fee, right? Like a trading fee. So that may not be worth it for them either. You're just maybe losing money at that point. Not every broker's the same with zero fees. Oh my gosh. So what happens when we clear this buy side? First, what is a buy side liquidity? I'm going to make you guys answer. And then B, what happens if we can invalidate it and go above it? Reversal signal on the S&P 500. Very nice. Key level breakout, the 200. Potential rejection at VWAP, but if we clear that, looking pretty good. I was showing you guys SMX yesterday. It hit $490 today. From $4 to $490. my gosh. Now that's a short squeeze. So volatile, though. $390, $312. Ooh. From $312 to $490. Comes out on GameStop's earnings that they bought and now sold SMX. Could you imagine? Just a little swing trade for the shareholders. Wouldn't that be crazy? I'm just kidding. I don't think that would be ever a thing in the realm of possibility, but I like to dream. Specifically on days where there's not a single thing happening. Oh, I need to mute this and turn my music back on. Perfect. Unfortunately, we can't listen to music together on YouTube, but we do on Twitch, if you're ever interested. Yeah, so you'll notice in the future, one person drops like a bullish TA, another person drops, this DD based write up, right? So you get a TA post, you get a DD, and then you'll get a YOLO with it as well, right? And then like, oh, look at this recommendation of risky out of the money call, right? So it's like you get these four things all together at specific times, and not in your interest. It's very much in their best interest. I mean, if you align yourself with their trading style, it's in your interest as well, which is basically what we do. Like you knew it. What's his face drew that line. So this is what's so dangerous. This guy goes up to $40. That's great. Sure, I wish. Altimator was showing his line up to $120. All during a time of elevated IV. It's just it's dangerous. What do you trade between the two GameStop earnings? Everything. I trade every day. But that's not really for you guys. I would never touch AMC or Beyond. I swung Beyond up when they announced the warrants a little bit for a few percent. That's just day trading. I would never touch AMC ever unless it had like this crazy volumetric event, and even then I would just probably play something else. But day to day, I look for high relative volume stocks with a bullish catalyst, low market cap. And then I play more GameStop between earnings, obviously. Right, I just look for entry models. Sometimes they're presented, sometimes they're not. Right, like we had, I think, two really nice entry models between last earnings and this earnings that we, I think one was like a 40% and one was like an 88% gain on our options, of course. So we just, we hang out, we wait for a specific entry model, and we take entry, set risk, use options as strategic investment because, I'm not swinging my shares for 3%, but I will swing options for 3%, right? Because that 3% basically equals, like 30 sometimes. So, and then you maybe get a better run that's, you get like a 10% run or something on GameStop, and all of a sudden your options are, up 100% or something, right? So basically just using options for leverage to keep myself busy with GameStop and grow the stack while we wait. How do you pick them? Well, I have a scanner. I have a volume scanner and I have a news scanner. And then I use my brain, but I compare them all against one another to find the best. And then you also have to now couple that with an entry model as well, right? So, I'm basically just sorting by relative volume, sub 50 million market cap, preferably, and then, going through the news to see, if I can find a bullish catalyst that I like, because obviously not all press releases are the same. Yeah, you could swing a higher amount of shares, sure. But I don't take options that have high risk. Like my nothing, why would you ever hold an option that finishes at 0? That shows a fundamental misunderstanding of how to go long on options to begin with. You don't hold contracts to the expiry. That's crazy. You know how deep in the money they'll need to be to do that? And price improvement on top of that? Like the only way you're holding options to expiry is if you bought out of the money options and then the price improved so much that they were deep in the money, at which point you could hold them and exercise them. That's the only way you do that, which is going to be pretty hard with GameStop because I don't like to take that risk up front on out of the money options. Right. Unless you get a massive discount and your entry model is going to pay to that point, that's different, right? But no, you want 3x time on your options as to what you're going to sell at, right? If I have I want to sell my option and I want to take profits in 10 days, I need 30 days of time on that option so I don't suffer IV loss. Or the the extent of it, right? I want like a paper cut, not to get fucking decapitated, because they will go to 0, and you just why ever be a part of that? Specifically, if they're out of the money. Obviously, if they're in the money, they're not going to 0 because they have intrinsic value. But yeah, I mean, as an individual, you can swing shares, sure, but as a community, we're never going to move the price of GameStop on swinging shares, right? You've got to force the market maker to hedge this shit. And it's the market maker volume that's going to push the price of GameStop where we want it to go and exacerbate our movements in our favor, right? So it's about capital deployment, efficiency rates, if you will. Because Superstonk has so much liquidity. And if they could direct it appropriately, it would move the price of the stock much more than it does. Furthermore, if they could master that, they could force movements during times of low liquidity, which is something they don't like, right? You could wait until you get a super low average and it's just not trading, and then you could just juice the chain and everybody could laugh. But no, we'd all rather just poach on one another and, sell fucking out of the money calls to people. Hee 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 hee. Look how clever I am making these posts on 5 different accounts on this forum. They think I'm different people. Things like that. Which I'm not a big fan of. Right, like some people aren't smart enough, and Ryan said this too, which I appreciate, to bet on someone's success, right? They're not smart enough to find success, so they have to bet on someone's failure. So you can just like take this easy, low risk play and juice this community for those gains because you're not smart enough to actually take real entry models. Uh-oh. Which is funny because all these people doing this are also going to get, they're like, oh, I love trading. And they're just going to give all those profits back, which is brutal. So they're like, you're basically stealing from the community just to give them back to the market maker later because I guarantee you don't know how to trade to begin with, or else they would just be trading appropriately and not juicing you guys for it. Just an opinion, though. Maybe they're just that good of traders and they're like, no, this is better because they don't care about you, which is fine too, I guess. No, it's higher leverage than shares. Almost tenfold. Yeah, but what's wrong with trading, 0.5 delta to 0.7 delta? That's like golden zone. Specifically when you tie it with an entry model. I mean, everyone's welcome to their own strategy. I'm not here to min-max. I'm here to make sure people can hit consistently. And if they want to, start taking higher risks after, that's fine, whatever. But it's about low risk, high leverage. So to say, oh, it's not as much as you could possibly get, absolutely. But you're also onboarding an equal amount of risk to that. And I'm not sure that everyone's able to manage risk appropriately. Specifically when they say, the go to zero. Like, what the? Because you sell options at a loss. You don't hold them in hopes that they come back later eventually. That's crazy. That's the only way those get to zero. Which is like zero risk management as well. That's very, very dangerous. If you ever have an option expire worthless, you just got to give your head a shake and maybe take a break from trading and hit the books, right? Because that's straight up emotional based trading, which is not something you should ever do. I don't know. We're just chilling. I was hoping GameStop would break down so we could get some cheap 0 days, but it's just breaking higher. We're looking at these. .5 to 0.9, almost 100%. No, 0.3 on the low today. Oh my God. I thought that might have been yesterday. No, That's why, you know, these people, oh, GameStop's going to 23 this week, and they're not willing to take profits at 70 cents, and now, you know, it's at 10 cents, and it's going to go to fucking 0 cents by the end of the day. You know, it's crazy. Why wouldn't you cut this, you know, earlier at 40 cents here when the consolidation breaks down? Doesn't mean you can't buy these on the low and try to swing them up, but you should never be holding a bleed down, I guess. Like, you can sell and re-enter. You know, if you want to still hold this and you're like, oh no, I've got conviction on this trade, why wouldn't you just sell, dodge the bleed down and buy back in, you know? Well, of course, at the money, because all those positions are already up 100% even after they've retraced, right? Of course, now we're not doing it, but there's no entry model now. IV's jacked up now. Right now, you want to be selling puts, selling covered calls, right? Taking advantage of that high IV into earnings. The time for going long is like 2 weeks ago. It's certainly not now. You know, but then you get all this, you know, idiocracy, and everybody wants to go even higher. They're like, oh yeah, you know what's going to come after a 9-day run? Another 9-day run, which I certainly hope, but not worth watching. I don't really. I think it's people taking profits today. You know, I mean, we took our profits yesterday. So I think you'll see more of that. I don't think it's going to be any inflow, though. Again, I think any inflow at this point is just incredibly risky. Like, who would be buying right now? That's crazy. If you were bullish on GameStop, you wait until after the earnings call, right? And then you can size in. Just weather the bleed down. Yeah, it's far easier just to reposition yourself. And throughout that period, you can now reassess your biases and be like, oh, is this actually a good idea? Because it's not bleeding down for no reason. It's just probably you're disconnected from the moment, right? I don't know. Your options should really never go that red. Like, if they go a little bit red, it should only be because you've entered a trade on speculation or non-confirmation, which we did. You know, our trades, if you go back on YouTube, this trade was red 30%, right? But we knew that. We talked about that going into it. How it's like, okay, GameStop earnings is like, you know, it's like 9 or 10 days or something. It might have been more. It might have been 14 days. So we want to start to size in on an earnings play. And even before that, I talked about the theory of all of that, right? So those first non-confirmation entries can potentially go red, but you still need to manage that risk 100%, right? Based on your technical entry, right? If you break below support, you got to close your option, right? And then we get closer, we sized in a little bit more on confirmation, and then on an actual entry model, right, that had set, which was nice. And then the last one, you know, just because the market looked strong for continuation, right? So if you're taking entries appropriately, your options should almost never go red. And so if you're an inexperienced trader, you shouldn't take on confirmation entries. You should wait for confirmation, right? No. The last time I traded the VIX, the liquidity is such absolute dog shit. I don't think people actually trade the VIX. I think they just say they do. It's not great. So, like, I don't expect a spike. I don't expect a crash. So why would I trade VIX? It's just not part of my bias. I think the market's going to rip all year, right? And I think you'll have volatility suppression in the market, um, even though it has been incredibly volatile. I could be wrong, though. I think, the inflation is just going to continue to hit the market. Not to say that, the economy is that strong, but it's just a byproduct of inflation, right? Like, it hits stocks and bonds as well. Yeah, so specifically on your options contracts, the bid and ask and liquidity on specific strikes and expiries is very important, because the spread percentage wise can be quite vast, right? And it's like, how do you open a position, and who in their right mind would open a position that is already negative 20% because the spread was so wide? Like, yeah, I think that they're going to keep selling shares on high volume, high price. So when we're crushing 50 million volume day and we're trading above 30, I think, I don't know if we get a bond or a warrant or what, maybe an at the money offering. I don't know. But I think the company will continue to raise capital at the expense of the short sellers, right? And when we do get those high volume days with price improvement, that's when they're covering, right? So we got to make sure to take advantage of that. Because if you don't, they cover their way up and then they short the shit out of it back down. Either way, whether or not you're selling into their covering or not, they're still going to absolutely crush it down. So it's very good for GameStop to be doing those things, as we've seen. Because I know old people say, "Oh, we crashed down because GameStop diluted us, and that's why we're not squeezing." But in reality, we weren't going to squeeze anyways. Oh my God, no. We would have had a bit of a spike, and maybe it would have went a little higher than we did. But then, they're just opening shorts at an even higher price, which makes it easier for them to suppress and make more money. And so the raising of capital is very good for us, and I think we're going to see it more. And it's a good opportunity for individuals to swing trade, right? Because we're going to get this run, and we're going to know to scale out, right? We're going to, we're probably going to be making money on options, and B, maybe we'll slowly scale out core position above 35 or something, right? That's when I'd start to maybe think about it, just because I have fear of that offering, right? And then the offering news is going to hit. You're going to get the press release, at which point I press eject. I sell 25 to 50% of my holdings, maybe more if I'm feeling courageous in the day. And, the stock's going to just dive bomb because everybody is doing that, right? And then if there was any, remaining positive hedged pressure from the market maker, it all gets de-hedged and dropped along with the sell-off from all of everybody else, right? But then you can buy back right away, right? You wait maybe even like an hour or wait till the next day or something, right? And then you can start to buy those shares back post-offering and repeat the process just like GameStop's doing, right? So, yeah, I hope we get more of that because it's a massive opportunity to increase the size of your position. Like, there's so much volatility introduced because of that event, right? We're going to be trading at $34 or something, and they're going to be like, hey, we did, X offering or like a warrant or bond, whatever it is, right? A dilutive move to raise capital, and the stock is going to go from 34 to 26 in like a day, right? And maybe you didn't get out at 34 unless you weren't scaling out on the way out with us. But then you still get the news, and maybe it's at 32 and now it's at 31, and you hit the eject at 30.50, right? Because you're not going to get out of the top, but don't be scared because it's going to go down even more, right? Specifically if you're on the pulse and watching it and you see it come through in real time, right? And then you can just start buying those back at any cheaper price. It literally doesn't matter, just cheaper than you sold that, and you're already winning, right? And it's a good way to win by a lot because, $34 to say 26 or 26, that's a percentage-wise extensive. So a good opportunity, just like earnings is a good opportunity, right? Those events that are going to happen in the future, right? And you know how to act accordingly when they do happen. And they're like high conviction, right? Like I know that if we have a bullish entry model into earnings, that you can just play, a pre-earnings run up really, really nicely, right? Just like I know that if we're going to have an offering of some sort, that I can dump shares, just buy them back almost immediately at a discount. So I like things like that. Now, obviously, you have to learn market mechanics. Like, not everybody knows how things affect us. Like, we had the warrants, right? And we climbed into the deliverability, and then we dropped as soon as that happened. Now, that's a classic dividend sell-off, right? Something that we suspected but weren't positive, and now we know in the future, right? Our bias on that's been absolutely confirmed. Things like that, and then it happens, and you see it market wide, this stock, that stock, and you just add it to your playbook, right? Of things that you're confident to interact with, right? Like a lot of people are confident selling covered calls above their average, specifically during periods of high volatility, like we see here. Because they've done it once and they've seen it work out, and now they've done it 10 times, and it's just like, that's something I like to do, and I'm confident doing it, right? And that's why it's important to, like, when you're doing a new trade for yourself that you've never done, right, that you're not successfully doing or you're confident with, you size down, just do a little, maybe you even just watch, right? Maybe you watch, maybe you paper trade. Maybe you size down, right? You don't take a full-size trade, just an itty-bitty lunch money trade, and then you can build up, right? A falling wedge on the daily. I don't think we're falling anything on the daily. You're getting a wedge out of these 2 bars, and the 1 bar's not even finished forming because it still has 2 hours left in it. Nope. Unless, how far do you want to zoom out? Like, I mean, I guess. I found a wedge, you guys. Even that's not really, like, because you're still up from the low. You could. I mean, that's one of those things. Like, where do you cherry pick your data from, right? Like, oh, okay, here it is. But what about from here? Like, what about if it was from early October? Like, I don't know. I don't really chart that extensively. Like, to me, that's kind of silly. If you want to do an intraday downtrend breakout or something, maybe, but I'd rather just use a liquidity-based entry models, because they're more in the moment, right? Like, how far back do you go to track that to say that it's the wedge? And then if you go back further, is it invalidated? And if it was declining, like, wouldn't this be your resistance? And then we just have a downtrend breakout, right? So if anything, here's your declining wedge into a downtrend breakout that's invalidated the shit out of it like a month ago almost now. Well, not a month, a couple weeks. If I were to track from this spike, I mean, that's, here's my declining wedge as it tightens near the bottom, right? And then here you just have a classic downtrend breakout. But to say that this is the wedge, I don't know about that, because how is this narrowing, right? Like, where are you getting this to narrow from? Or you're saying there's a bigger wedge at play. Dude, you need more wedge. It's like you have to have more cowbell. But that's, this is saying that we're going to break down from the 1920. Settle down. Settle down. And I would, at that point, it's too zoomed out. I'd rather play on the 4-hour, specifically because you just get better data. If anything, this is kind of just a flag, isn't it? It's hard because the pole is lower than the. Not too much of a line guy, more of a level guy. A downtrend breakout, sure. That's about as far as I go, though. Like, I know a lot of cup and handle or a head and shoulders. They're not entry models that I take, right? So I don't auto map them in my mind, really. I know a lot of people do, but I see order blocks. I see breaker blocks before they form. I'm not necessarily a triangle dude. So I'm going to talk shit, and that's just because I don't have a lot of experience, right? Figured out how to record power packs on your PC. Yeah, send me those videos. Post them in the Discord. I use OBS to record everything, but that's probably maybe a little hardcore. If you pay for an advanced trading view, it'll automatically put in those patterns for you. But I guess I just don't have enough experience because there are so many, specific chart patterns. That it's not a game I like to participate in because I don't have mastery over it. If that makes sense. But if you can just keep it as its, basis, and it's just support and resistance, right? And if you can break support, that's bullish, and if you break resistance, that's bearish, right? And you would take a risk on either or. Like I would take non-confirmation bullish position on support, right? With stop loss under support, and that's where we get the buy and sell side liquidities. Right? That's basically what that shows. I know the Dorito of Doom badass trader loves the larger wedges there, though, which honestly do appear to be relevant, right? And like any indicator, it comes down to how many people are using it, because the indicators come true based off of the order book and flow, right? So if everybody says that, okay, this is resistance level based on X indicator, and they start selling in anticipation of rejection, that is a self-fulfilling prophecy because now the sellers are in control of the order book and it walks it down, right? And that's how all indicators truly work, right? Because they're lagging, and then because they're lagging, people who are using them to project in anticipation in mass, right? The majority of people, they make it come true, basically, which is kind of cool. So if you can just use whatever indicator the majority of the market is using, you'll probably do pretty good for yourself. Which is, I think, what makes EMAs such a powerful tool. Right? It's super, super simple. And because of this, it's used basically market-wide. And it has a high follow-through rate, I guess, right? Because of that. '23s are just chilling. How about timing bottom today? Not that it matters. It's just good to hone your skill set, right? And that's the thing about trading too is, we mentioned World of Warcraft earlier, right? There's different classes, right? There's even different races for those classes, and you can play those classes in different specs, right? And you can do different talent tree, different skills or whatever for even the same class, right? You could have a fire mage or an ice mage or an arcane mage, for example. And trading is that way too, right? Where there's infinite indicators and entry models or whatever, everything, right? And you don't need to know them all. You, as a mage, you don't need to know how to swing an axe. It's not relevant. Sure, does swinging an axe work? Absolutely. There's plenty of people swinging axes doing really good for themselves. I just don't swing axes personally, right? I cast fireballs. Try to think of it like that, right? So you don't have to know everything. You just need to know what works for you. And if you want to slowly build off that, that's fine. But it's getting that base, something that's converting for you successfully. That's important. So I might talk shit about a lot of things. But that's just because I don't have enough mastery in them to be confident to use them. So I say, you know what, my fireball's better. Because I can't kill the boss with your axe, but I can definitely kill it with my fireball, right? Even though both of them are valid, right? They're both fine. They do good. Because a lot of people, they think, I got to learn everything, right? I need to know everything. You don't. You just need to know what works for you as an individual. So like a lot of people do candlestick patterns, right? They're like, oh, this is a bullish engulfing candle into a falling hammer or whatever. If that's the way you were raised and brought up and leveled up and are confident trading and, absolutely, right? But to, someone maybe inexperienced with that set of skills, it could actually harm their DPS or their damage output by using it and not utilizing, that thing that they do have mastery over. What a geek. And I've used a few things that I've given up on, right? Just kind of trimmed the fat, reduced to something that's more comfortable, right? Keep it easy. And I love the ICT principles, the order blocks and market structure shift, fair value gaps, volume imbalances, you name it. And then overlaying that with my EMA strategy, which I'm quite confident in as well, using the 21 and the 50 reversal signals, both bearish and bullish, with either pairing it with a key level break up or break down, right, depending. And then, if you can also pair that with a like a catalyst, right, whether it be bullish or bearish, right? For example, earnings run up, bullish catalyst. Share offering, bearish catalyst, right? So it's about, stacking conviction, I guess. So you get, a little bit of conviction here from your TA, a little bit of conviction here from this corporate catalyst coming out. Yeah. Man, these 23s. Bob, what you got to be doing is selling these 22 fives. Sell them in the money, bud. You could sell one in the money and pay for your whole stack you sold at 25. Into earnings? You're crazy. 45 cents on those. For an afternoon, that's pretty good. There's like 3 hours left. You can do that too if you're following Max Payne. Obviously not maybe this week because we have a bullish catalyst coming up, but if you're trending above Max Payne on a Friday or something or a Thursday, and you're confident that we're going to trend towards Max Payne to end the week, unload. Right, whenever you see the Ultimator post some bullish TA, you need to be like, okay, time to sell covered calls. That's not a joke. Sorry, bro. My bad. Well, isn't that what they say, right? You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain. He's been around. I'm still on the hero's quest, though. You guys are safe. You're good. What's the temperature? Minus 12? I gotta let my dog out. I'll be right back. Cheers, homie. Have a great day. Thanks for the support. All right. He just wanted to lay out on the deck. I ain't having it, though. It's way too cold for an old puppy dog. Gave him a minute or two. Basically as much as I could stand. Like, okay, I'm freezing. You got to come in. That's all he gets. Aside from that, GameStop continues to hang out, which is actually stronger than you could ever imagine. Sure. Yeah, it also doesn't include any shorts that have exited. You think all the ups are just nothing? You think all those 200 million volume days were nothing? My bias does not look before crosses the street. Just likes to pump out hype. Which is fine. I mean, I still got runners. Hype it up, boys. I'm not saying that we're not sold short multiple times of the float here. I'm just saying that we can't calculate it. So to do so is just dangerous. Like, specifically, you want to put out that information when we're at 19, go ahead. Encourage people to buy on the low. But to be putting out this stuff on highs like this, like they always do, and there's not a whisper on the lows. We're trading at 20 and it's just crickets. Not a single post. But now we're up 9 green days in a row, and all of a sudden here's these bullish indicators and bullish TA, and it's just like bullish DD. I'm like, come on, dude. I love this stock more than the next guy, I assure you. And just because you post good things about the stock doesn't mean, you want the best for it, I guess. Because if they did, they would help everybody, and it wouldn't be what it is. So I'm going to come out and say it. If we finish above 23, spicy. Now I'm doing it. Oh my God, look at me go. But it's not, I'm not drawing lines to 45 and 120. Like, I'll literally eat my shoe on stream if we go above 45 next week, post earnings. Never mind 120. Like, come on. Ay. No, I want GameStop up. Probably more than the next guy, to be honest. Not even as much as. But I'm not going to say it until it's actually time. And I feel fairly confident in pointing it out, right? Squeezes happen, and not everybody tracks them, and not everybody knows the mechanics of them. Like, for example, SMX. I've been tracking this since $10. This first day, I was like, wow, this is suspicious. We're moving up, right? And then this has the profile for a squeeze. And what do? We squeeze. And what levels do we hit? Literally all my levels. Isn't that crazy that we reject here? How, who would ever be able to predict that? Almost perfect. I'm like $20 off. Right? Like that's crazy. So I do feel capable of saying, okay, GameStop is going to squeeze. This is it. Because we hear so many people just like, cry, the boy who cries, squeeze, Is it happening now? No, I don't think so. Will it happen in the future? I'm pretty sure, Will you be able to know before it happens? No. Will you know as it starts to happen? Yes. Right? Because that stock went from $3 to $10 before I was like, oh, this is doing it. Right? So to be in first at the low, timing it perfectly at what was it, 312 or something, very unlikely. And if you're doing so with any degree of confidence, that's crazy, right? But once you have, some bullish catalysts coming out, you have a low daily average, and your current day volume starts to really compound over and over and over again. You trade above local rejection points on a liquidity model, squeezing shorts, right? It's not that hard. And it's something that GameStop taught me all about, right? And then I strengthen that knowledge base through these other stocks all the time, and then come back to GameStop to reapply. As far as earnings go, all eyes on hardware sales and also collectibles. Hardware sales going into Christmas, right? Everybody getting those Switch 2s for the young ones still, right? There should be a bit of a tailwind on that. And even into next quarter's earnings, right? Obviously, as some people leave that until last minute. Like some people won't be buying their Switches until, December 10th or something, so they're going to miss this earnings cutoff. So we should get one more Switch cushion, I guess, on the hardware numbers. And then obviously with power packs, we expect collectibles to be up, which is going to be interesting. Maybe we'll pull up those numbers today and we can take a look. Which we did once. And this is where chatbot's helpful. Not in giving you DD, but in pulling information for you. So instead of going and looking for SEC filings, where's your 8K? Where's your 8K? Where's the specific number I'm looking for? I'm just going to, and then doing that 5 times for each different earnings report that I need, I'm just going to have chatbot do it. Right? Do-do-do-do-do. Lunar still sold out. Wow, that might take a couple days to restock. Like, there's only so many Pokemon cards worth that much money. And it's crazy that GameStop's going out and just buying inventory of like $20,000 cards. You think Larry's probably in charge of that, eh? Larry's like, no, this card's worth it. That card's not. I wouldn't doubt that. He's like, no. It's crazy to think that they're out there just buying millions and millions of dollars in PSA cards. That's so fucked up. I hope they don't get left holding the bag ever. And I wonder, So them running out of inventory may actually be a form of risk mitigation now that I'm kind of like thinking about it, because there is, basically an existential threat that they do get left holding the bag on this inventory when Pokemon collapses, right? If collectibles and Pokemon, retrace in price, GameStop could definitely get left holding a bag on merchandise that they paid 100% for, and now it's only worth 80%, right? So the appropriate way to mitigate that would be to have limited inventory and just more frequent restocks. So you're not holding $10 million in Pokemon cards. You're only holding 1 million in Pokemon cards, but you're restocking that 1 million at a faster rate. So it's not an active liability through potential inventory degradement or whatever. Not bad. That's probably the truth of it. And I can get behind that. Like, I actually like that. That's really good. I love when, individuals are able to manage risk. 26,000 cards graded on the website. I wonder what the average cost of a card is. Too much. Amen. All right, GameStop pulling back a little bit. These 23s are down to about 4 cents. I'd like to see them cheaper. Oh my goodness. If anybody wants to get into it, options as a strategic investment. Give this a read. Read chapters that are specific to you, obviously. Where's the download link here? Oh, here it is. I'm actually going to drop that in the Discord. That's not it. That maybe should get pinned. Yeah, so read the chapter, read the definitions so you know everything. Read, long calls, I guess. Read leaps. Read covered calls. And then I guess there's chapters, I guess, maybe on diagonal spreads but those are more advanced, right? And you just want to start with obviously your base definitions, long calls. You can do short calls if you wanted. Cash secured puts is maybe a good one. And they're just each topic will be in its own chapter. And then there's like obviously chapters on risk mitigation and hedging, which is maybe decent as well. But again, that's going to be a little bit more advanced if you're not familiar with the base topics. It's about 1,000 pages. But again, read the definitions, chapter 1. Read chapter 2, covered call writing. Chapter 3, call buying. Other call buying strategies, probably not bad to check out. Naked call writing. I wonder who's doing that to you guys. And then you can be ratioing those. That's probably not needed. Bull spreads could be good. Calendar spreads are probably fine. Right, and it walks you through everything, right? Like what are your follow-up actions, etc. Synthetic stock positions created by puts and calls. Where have we seen that done before to us? Check out Leaps. Definitely check out Leaps for yourself. And then, maybe the Black-Scholes model could be okay to familiarize yourself with. But you can see it's quite in-depth. You don't necessarily need to go through every chapter. The basics of volatility trading, that could be pretty good for you to go through, right? How it affects your strategy, because we are in a volatile stock. Yeah. Just a massive resource of knowledge here for everybody that is, going to be able to go through it better than I ever will be, We have the hard copy of it, but you can just download it for free and, wait until it changes your life and then you can go buy the hard copy. Because it's like $100. It's like, what the hell? Why are books so expensive? I don't know where that came from. Again, as far as today, we're just hanging out, waiting. 2 hours left in the market, so maybe like another hour and a half. Where I'm going to try to snipe these 23s and have them swing in the money to close out the day. Don't tell anyone. And this is an extreme degen play. Not well, it is out of the money, I guess. With 0 days and extremely short dated. But we're not betting the house on this, right? We're maybe $20 or something, right? Like give back nothing and take from them everything. So we don't want to be giving back any profits, right? But $20 is fine. You want to get 10 of these at $2 maybe. 10 of them at $1 maybe. Sure, and then they're going to expire worthless. The only time a call should expire worthless is when you buy it for next to nothing. You should never be buying a call worth, 40 cents or something and then having it shred to zero in a day like that. It's so crazy. Shout out to whoever sold these this morning. Free money. And then once the market closes, I'm back on Twitch, and we are going to close out the afternoon with some J trades, which I probably shouldn't talk about, but previously, after hours has just been so crazy. It has been absolutely insane. Like we had SMX yesterday go from let's even say 140 to 200. And then this morning, we got that massive runner. QLCS yesterday night, or QCLS yesterday night as well. What was this? $6-7 up to $8 yesterday. Right? So we get some big movements after hours and pre-market recently. Right? That's 40% move. That's awesome. But not necessarily relevant. How is the S&P 500 doing? Trading's not doing nothing. Awesome. It's been a slow week considering how bullish next week looks. Oh yeah, let's go through the revenue. I'll just pull this up on the side. It's easier to see. It is a bucket. But we can assume that the digital power packs make up the majority of their collectible sales, right? I think that's a safe assumption. Q1, 25, 200 million. Q2, 227. First half, which would be these two quarters together, right? Must compare. Right, that's not enough data. I need more than 2 quarters of data, please. Ugh. I mean, worst case scenario, we can go through the 8Ks and pull it ourselves. But I want like the last 5 years worth of data. Right? I want to see the evolution of collectibles from way back. Maybe 5 is a little much, but 3 for sure. I'm just being lazy. That's kind of like my whole thing. As long as it works, though, right? Like, man, I don't care if my trading style is for children. I'm just a big baby anyways. No, that's what it's whatever works, right? All right. Yeah, you see that is a big push though then. Shit. 136 to 270? 15.5 to 21. Wow, okay. Attaboy. 750 to 717 is a decreasing number though. Net sales way down too. percent of total sales, up, however. This times 4 is, bringing us to around that 8 number as well. A little higher for sure, right? 850 because it's 11. Well, 844, but. I don't need a Google Sheet. This is enough for me. So when did they actually get released? I actually don't know those dates. They're not burned into my brain. When did the first edition Power Packs physical come out, and when did the digital Power Packs beta start? All right, I gotta let my dog out. He's an absolute monster. He will not quit barking. 1 minute. Stubborn old dog. He's like, what do you mean it's getting cold out? It's supposed to be summer forever. Haven't you heard? It's the dog days. Brr. Okay, so Series 1 Pokemon. What? Okay, April. What? 9th this year? April 20th. Okay. So really, it's not. To me, it feels like it's been longer. You guys feel that way? This has been an eternity. On that note, we're talking about the infinity squeeze, right? Everybody, infinity, infinity. It's also an eternity. It's not just infinity. It's both. So, we got some time. How many candles do we go through before GameStop squeezes is the real question. And will the squeeze be able to help me recover from my crippling candle debt? I don't know. It should be close, I think. I hope to break even. And then we had the digital power packs come out on July 29th. So pre-digital baseline, Q1 25, ended May, which is right. Like they would have sold very few of them in those 10 days. Transition quarter ending in August. The beta started in late July, which was, they still sold the paper version though, right? So it's kind of getting geared up. And then the digital effect, Q3 25 onwards, which isn't that now? I hate to be that guy. I feel like power packs have been out longer than that. Because Q4 earnings is after Christmas in the spring, right? I'm 100% sure this is Q3 2025 earnings. Need more data, Mr. Robot. And this is fantastic. I mean, like, we talk shit about chatbot all day. But if you're doing data-based retrieval, this is good. Right? This is so much friendlier than sorting through 8Ks and, scrolling down. Where's collectibles? Where's hardware? You know what I mean? And then I got to go through old SEC filings, find the right one again, and, repeat that process 7 times. Like, this is much friendlier. However, I wouldn't be using this to write any DDs or project any price movements or anything like that. But I would, again, use it to teach me what a sell-side liquidity is, what an order block is, right? Things like this. What is call option delta? What is theta, right? More factual-based information retrieval rather than, what happens, because it will definitely feed you your own bias back, which I do not care for, but it's the reality of all this. Okay, so we did see another increase from 211. Q4 is so much better. Wow. Let's expand that table. Q4 is so much better. Wow. Christmas time. And that's you see that a lot, right? Like a lot of retailers operate in the red all year and they only swing back to the black or I guess green for the traders on Black Friday and Christmas, right? The Q4 That is insane how much harder they press it. Well, I guess it's just the way of the world, right? Santa does deliver. But here's the thing, though. We're getting our regular quarters up to what our previous Christmas quarters were. That is impressive. That's not bad for a piece of crap retailer. Huh. I like that. We should just fucking leave this up here for the day. Not too shabby. While trimming stores and toxic leases, yes. I don't really mind the storefronts. I like the GameStop storefronts, but they shouldn't be overpaying them. Like, I'd love to see GameStop own their own storefronts. Right? Did you know McDonald's owns all their own land? That's a big part of the success of that corporation, is the fact that they own all of the land that those buildings are on. So I wouldn't mind, maybe if GameStop invested in some, I don't think right now it could be the time for real estate, mind you, but maybe at one point, if the market does crash, maybe they could buy up their own storefronts. Now that's a share buyback. And then they shed those leases into the future, right? Instead of having to pay X amount on their leases every year or whatever, they made an upfront investment on the low, right? Maybe on a crash or something that, is going to further trim their costs into the future after X years of whatever. Because it would obviously have to pay off itself, but 3 in a 6 mile radius. Okay, that's aggressive. That's aggressive. Can we pull up like a GameStop store map? Store. Map stack. Really? That's like sometimes you just got to Google it, baby. 138 GameStop stores here? What the hell? That cannot be. 138 GameStops. What the fuck? There's a shitload in LA too. Or not LA, sorry, Miami or Florida. What? 164, 172. 500 on the East Coast. Like, this is a majority of America's population lives there, though. God damn. Shout outs to Alaska, baby. Man, I want to go to... What? Why do you have 2 of them? Fairbanks, baby. You got to have 2 GameStops in Fairbanks, Alaska. 4 blocks away from each other. Oh my... Maybe they just moved locations and it's tracking old data, right? It's like they were here, but then they moved here, but it tracks them both, maybe? Because that's insane. The fact that there's this many here as well in Anchorage is crazy. Right in the port. The deadliest catch comes in and they're like, we're trading crabs for GameStop cards. Give me those slabs, baby. That's exactly what's happening, and you know it's the truth. That's too many GameStops in Alaska, too. I mean, I get it. You don't want someone to drive 300 kilometers through an Alaskan winter or tundra to go to a GameStop. You got 2 of them, right? But maybe, or so there's 6, but maybe still spread those 6 out more. I don't know if there's like a town down here or something. They could be spread out more. I guess this is what one of these should go. Like I don't mind that they're spread around. Maybe that one goes or something. But it's when that they're like, look at that, like that's too close. That's just the other side of the highway. Damn. This is actually not something I've really looked at. I know that they're shedding storefronts in leases, but man, I don't know. Like that is a lot of GameStops. So what else can we track here? Oh, you're just providing me with charts as well. Thank you. And that's what made me nervous about some posts I see on Superstock is like, man, I see the format of this chart that my chatbot makes and spits out on posts as like, ooh, look at this cool DD. It's like, oh, oh, I don't know how much I trust that. Not that it's probably not good information, but potentially dangerous, right? Okay, cool. Now I'm gonna be dangerous myself. Where's my typing though? Show me the numbers. You blow your candles out or you just quench it? Quench it. And now it's like Schrodinger's candle. Is there a continuous supply of renewing oxygen in here and like carbon scrubbing as well somehow? And is that keeps the flame burning, obviously. And it only goes out when we open it back up. But for as long as it remains closed, it could still be burning, right? Stop it. PSA 10 lobster? Yeah. I used to watch Deadliest Catch when I was super young. That was the last good show on the Discovery Channel. Do you remember when we were kids and the Discovery Channel had like quality content on it? It was like how it's made and stuff like that. I don't even know what it. I quit watching. What's a show I could make fun of? I don't even know. I'm sure it's got quality content still. I think I was just maybe bitter they canceled Mythbusters. This channel is over. So yeah, it should be exciting. Is there anything else we want to look at for the earnings? Just like storefronts and number of leases, and then like their actual collectibles and hardware. All right. 3,000 stores. as of their last, I guess. Which shouldn't these Canada stores be eliminated because they're like they sold the Canadian branch? Question mark? Question mark? That's pretty good. All of Europe got closed down. They closed more European stores than even existed. Or they shut them down to this. Like, this is the current number. This is what they trimmed from. Ah, that makes sense. Right? To this number, which is here. Okay, yeah. Is this only in the yearly? Because isn't the 10K the yearly and the 8K is the quarterly? Right? Do I have that wrong? $10Q is quarterly. Oh, so they're going to file an 8K with the 10Q. They get filed separately. They're not the same. Okay. That's a lot of stores. Not that it's bad because there's people spread out all over and they shouldn't necessarily have to travel, 400 kilometers to get to a store, but they should have to travel more than 4 blocks to get to a store, right? In some of these cases. Some of them are nicely spread out. Like, a lot of them are. And then, obviously, some places are going to be busier, so you might want more of them, but that's still a shitload. Does Miami really have all this water just chilling? Like, everywhere's got a pond? Excuse me, sir, these are lakes. It's pretty wild. Like, oh, man. All I see is giant mosquito traps. And a massive... Is it just like a floodgate? What is this? That's crazy. What's even crazier is that, like, this is, like, clearly in danger of, like, flooding as global tides rise. And there's just, like, a bunch of houses here. Dude, it's Palm Beach. You don't shit on Palm Beach. It's beautiful. What do you do? They did give us useful information. So the review should tell us. Cool. So maybe it's a massive SG&A beat because they trimmed a lot of the lease, which is, cost of selling something. Right? That storefront is part of the sales. reducing their liabilities by 10%. That's pretty good. Doubled your GameStop. There you go. I think you'll get a pop post earnings. Like, I think earnings will probably gap up, but then I think there's going to be a lot of people taking profits. So you get a sell down, and then we're going to have to wait for momentum to, kind of pick up again, and it could take some time. But good news is that it won't take until next earnings, because then obviously it will happen on its own. So hopefully, we get some in-between juice as well, which I would assume. I mean, I don't need a fucking crazy sheet made. I just need to see that they're reducing their liabilities. And then we can see that not only through the storefronts going down, but also their assets and liabilities, which is good. Specifically, if they're able to hold that revenue and not drop it. Like if they're trimming, 10-15% of their storefront and they're not losing more than that on their back end, that's quite good, right? So we can see, well, I guess we don't have totals here. What were we calling these? We must have it all in one easy to read picture. How's GameStop doing, you ask? Right where we left it. Like a good boy. How's Netflix doing? And how's the S&P 500 doing? It's okay. It's holding. What is Netflix's ticker? NFLX. It's taking it pretty well. Fucking news pop and then sell off when they realize they're getting diluted. Mergers and acquisitions sometimes are tricky to chart. It's hard to know everything. Right, like sometimes the old shareholders are compensated, and it's a lot to go through. And to determine fair value it's quite advanced. Mergers and acquisitions are difficult to gauge. It's not as straightforward and simple as, there's this company worth $100 million that just got, awarded, $100 million private placement or something, right? At a premium to market price. Like, sometimes it's so straightforward in comparison. That's crazy. 2,000 upvotes just for being sensational. And then if you know you're honest with people, you just get nowhere. It's crazy. This is also crazy that they have fucking 4,000 or 3,000 stores and they're probably all lined up like this. Man, it's just insane. The Pokemon craze is outlandish. Utilization up more. Still hoping we get a bit of a sell-off here this afternoon, but we're just watching these 23s. They're worth that 2 cents. We'd want to rip to 23.50 or something to have those print. Would we get it? I don't know. There's an hour and 20 minutes left. We are waiting maybe into the last 10 minutes to load up those, if we do at all. Obviously, if it's just going to trade sideways, I'm not interested. But if it could dip, maybe that would be okay. I don't even think that there's room to dip, really. They're already worthless. Pick them up at 1. Can't go any lower. Yeah. Pick the 23s up at 1. Sell them at 3. But again, there's a reason that these are so cheap, right? Oh, my Lord. Dude, round. Can we do the leases further back? Do they sell software? Like, does GameStop even list software? I feel like they do not. We'll jump back there once it's done. I'm not sure what else we would actually want to track. It would be nice to get more specific information. Oh, maybe software. Buck now. Say Buck the Bunny game, but that's probably also just hardware. I do think GameStop should continue, potentially just even funding, doing like a grant for indie game development. It's good optics for the gaming community. Have I proven your problem? We got him with a math meme, trapped him. How long did it take you to solve that? You got out your protractor and went right to work, I bet, though. You didn't even have to look up the formula. You knew. How's your day, dude? Three seconds. That's about as much time as I spent on it as well. I think it's stuck. DE is equal to AB. What about C, though? Right? You didn't even take into account C. Because B to C is not the same as E to C. Nor is E to C as D to C. What is he saying? Well, C equals C. So, yeah. Yes. But it's still the distance between those others are different. I refuse to participate. I'm not doing math problems with you. I sent it to you in order to trap you, not myself. That's what you guys have to start doing to your friends. Just like start sending them math problems. And they'll think that you're relying on their expertise and knowledge base to help you. But in reality, you've just like hit them with a time bomb. Some people just want to see the world burn. Oh, you're on angles. Man, I'm on Distance. Dang, okay. Some days I think to myself that I should pull out my old engineering books, or even to go back and take like a high school diploma, like take a math 30 or whatever, or a calculus class. Man, I don't know if I would pass anymore. Oh my god. Might be a little on the slow side working through some of these problems. It's been a long time since I've done any actual mathematics. Long time. We do have a bit of a background in it, though, which is actually dangerous because it just makes me complacent. I just assume I can do it and I don't double check my work or anything, and it just ends up being wrong now. You don't like nonlinear equations? Oh no, I love physics though. I do really well in physics. Some of the chemistry based math I'll get wrong. Two stocks depart the station at exactly 10:41 a.m. Well, 7:41 a.m. Let's be realistic. Literally nothing. For a Friday? Wow. There's a bit of a difference there. When do you think we get the Bury post? Do you think it's this weekend? There's no way we get a Bury post this weekend. It's got to be the weekend after earnings, right? Do you have any plans this weekend, Pizza? Do you have all your Christmas shopping done? I asked your weekend plans and if you had your Christmas shopping completed. And if not, may I recommend something from GameStop? You're not gifting? Bully. I only want to give something I really wanted to give. You just give your presents. You're like, that's the gift I'm giving. Never seen a GameStop ever. Really? There's like thousands of them, apparently. Look how many GameStops there are in America. There's 164 GameStops in Florida and 172 in California. I assume this 121 is also just Northern California, which is even worse. But dang, yo. There's 9 GameStops in Hawaii. What in the world does Hawaii have so many GameStops for? In the EU? 0. Well, I don't think we have EU data here is the thing. I think there was some, if we track. There was 311 as of February 1st. You should be able to find one. Oh my gosh, look at these non-current OP lease liabilities from 385 down to 155. Woo! I never realized they were shedding so much fat. I say it, right? But I've actually never looked at the numbers. That's incredible. And even the current lease liabilities just getting melted. Warhammer 40K? Uh-oh. A piano for your mother? That's actually maybe the most wholehearted thing I've heard all month. You're a good son, Pizza. A piano. Heck yeah, dude. I love music. Does she play? I got my mom some GameStop shares for Christmas. Literally the best gift you could give. That's what everyone in my family gets. They probably hate me. Is that why I'm not invited to Christmas anymore? Shit, I never thought of that. Dang. Wanted to take some lessons. Mm-hmm. Get them Buck the Bunny plushies. That's always good. Power packs are great too. Get them some power pack pulls. And heck, I would love a GameStop shirt personally. For piano lessons, you ever seen Medolix or though? Medolix? Medolix? Melodolix? This is pretty cool. Because you can hook your keyboard up. Like if you have a MIDI keyboard, right? You just learn how to play the piano digitally. Like kind of like Guitar Hero, and it shows you, you know, which fingers to use on which keys. There's like, you know, beginner lessons and more advanced stuff. This is actually pretty cool. Really good for like at home lessons. And then you can maybe just use like you don't need a massive keyboard. You can use like any MIDI keyboard that you have, which is deadly. $14 a month, or I guess $10 a month for standard, or 11. Pretty cool. And I mean, I think normal lessons are going to be more than that, anyways, right? Obviously, regular lessons are probably better, but it's a nice alternative. Well, 1 hour left. Let's get a strong finish here. Yeah, if it's like a full size piano, it's the transport is crazy. Moving a piano is not an easy task. I'll be right back. 1 minute. Someone just got to fill it $1 or 1 cent. See if they can swing that up to 5 cents. So that's kind of what you want to do. Just end of week degen YOLOs. Just out of the money. Try to get it, for 1 cent at the end of the day. It's the only time it's going to be worth $1 or 1 cent, right? And then maybe you get an end of day run. There's 50 minutes. If you get a good run, you're buying these at $1 and selling them for $3. That's pretty good. Specifically if you're buying them for $1 and maybe selling them for $5 or $10, that's really good. Now, because it's a super high risk trade, you can't be buying thousands of dollars worth, right? But you can buy just for fun, whatever, 20, maybe $100 worth max, right? Whatever you're comfortable with losing, and it depends on how much you made the day and the week, right? If I didn't make a lot of money, I'm probably not playing it at all. But if I did really well for myself, whatever, I'll throw $20 back. I literally don't care at that point. That's like lunch, so that'll be okay. And that's just like a strategy that you can, hang out and do. And sometimes these contracts squeeze and they're not going to 5 cents. They're going, to 50 cents, which is substantial. If you paid $1 for something and now you're getting, 30 or 50 for it, that's like, so we'll see. Something that we've kind of talked about doing since yesterday. Whether or not, it can pan out is another thing. And you can see the liquidity won't support a large order. There's only 60 shares traded here. 200 here, so you're never going to be able to size in largely. You might get a small fill. And if you did get a fill at 1, take the sell at 4. I would start to scale those out at $4 maybe. Percentage-wise, that's very, very good. Again, just a basically a boredom play that sometimes pays out really nicely. But you can't, it's such a small play, you can't size in. So because of that, you got to look for big gains, like percentage-wise. And of course, once the market closes, we're going to jump over on Twitch. I'm going to be trading some small caps. There's some short squeezes taking place right now in the market. And I would very much like to be involved in those to close out the week. So if you're interested, we'll be on Hello Good Game live on Twitch for the rest of the night. Right, we're going to be, doing some trading, listening to some music, watching some movies, playing some games. Might set up the Christmas tree tonight. Get into the theme of things. That could be fun. Good afternoon. Look what the cat drug in. Yeah, it's okay. I just had lunch. So I'm feeling pretty good. Enjoy your modification. Yeah, we've been chilling. Just watching GameStop do absolutely nothing for the day. But that's okay. We told everybody to scale out yesterday, confirming those profits, upwards of 120%, which is pretty crazy. And even if you didn't scale out yesterday, you know, you're still sitting pretty, right? You're still green across the board, and you should obviously have sold today, but I can only lead you to and from the watering hole. You all got to drink yourselves. Sugars are boosted. Yes. And I've already had 2 coffees today, which is great. I might have a third. We'll see. I'm going to wait until Twitch, though. Because if I'm recording any Magic content tonight or any of these trading videos, and I don't think I'm going to record any trading content tonight because it's Friday. I'll just do it tomorrow instead. I'm actually not going to record any content tonight at all, now that I think of it. I'm taking the night off, dude. It's Friday, baby. Let's party. And by party, I mean fall asleep by 7:30. I'm not kidding. I was up at like 2:30 today. Up very early. And then I kind of passed out again. Maybe it was like 3:30. 3. It was early. Just chilling. Tomorrow's a bit more exciting week. Just 1 ticket remains unclaimed. Oh my God. You gotta love it. 4 to 5 tickets have been found. The HGG special, man. I want a golden ticket. I also want a buttload of Pokemon product if anyone's, you know, shopping for Christmas goodies for your boy. Give me Pokemon, man. Ah. I'm having crazy nostalgia over this for some reason. Must have Pokemon. The worldwide craze is finally getting to me. I always do the opposite of the herd, though. Except for when it's Pokemon. That's actually not how that song goes. It's much darker, but that's for Twitch. You guys like edgy music? Come hang out. We'll get you there. Guaranteed the best music on Twitch. Hands down. Well, actually, the hands are typically up. And it is warm in here. Maybe I'll get a coffee now, since we're not going to do videos tonight. Yeah, I'm going to grab a coffee and then we're going to finish strong. I'll be right back. Oh, brr. It's cold without the hoodie. It was like hot, now I'm cold. It's too quick. I'm like an old lady having hot flashes. Okay, we're ready for liftoff. Some channels perform live. And you think that a live performance is better than my personally curated music list? You ever heard live music? It's atrocious. Studio quality or bust, bud. As someone who's always had short hair, I'll tell you what, having a brush is just the best. Not only does it keep it in place, but it just feels fantastic. It's like a little scalp massage. My scalp's been missing out all these years, I guess is what I mean to say. So it's like every time I do it, it's like I'm achieving nirvana. I'm like a dog, you get behind his ears. What kind of dog would I be? Like a lab? Saint Bernard? One that's just sleeping all day? Yeah, I think that's him. Have you heard my cat? I'm like Roaring Kitty handler. It's a stream where they get their information. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Obviously, clearly. How's Moran's doing today? Has he got his astronaut helmet on? A pooty. Yeah. A pooty tat. Has Buddy got his helmet on? Should we do that? Should we just like go around and like make fun of other streamers? I'm such a douchebag. I'm so sorry. I'm just jealous is the thing though. Like whenever I'm being like that, you guys real. I'm just like everybody else, right? I'm just so jealous. Where's my astronaut helmet? Oh man, I'd wear that shit every day. I probably wouldn't. Now, real life jetpack, functioning jetpack. Now you've got my attention. And if wearing a helmet's part of like safety regulations, then okay, then I'm on board. Yeah. Well, your mom's not a fan of commitment. I'm sorry. Just kidding. Most people just hate watching the poor guy. Maybe I can get something like that. And it's like whatever works. How many viewers does he get? Does anyone have a link? I don't know the channel name. I'm gonna be honest, that's one guy I don't listen to. I do see him though on earnings. He's like getting so excited, and I love that. I've seen clips. He's got like his Metallica playing. Enter Sandman or whatever. Da, 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 da. Too many. Is it like hundreds? Or is it like 1,000? GameStop might do that thing we were talking about. Loading these on the very absolute bottom of $1. Man, it's looking good. These might print up to 5, maybe to 10. Right? Maybe you can get a fill at 10. Wouldn't that be cool? We got 40 minutes left. We need to see an impulsive move to the upside, though, if that's going to be the case. But things were looking really good here. 1K per video. Few hundred on live. Good for him, honestly. And like he deserves it. Whether or not we agree with the guy and we like to just like make fun of him to feel better about ourselves. He's putting in the work. He's got the work ethic. He's been here for how long? Good for him. He deserves it. See, I can be a nice guy too. I do both simultaneously. I'm like the biggest dick you'll ever run into, but I'm also, pretty decent. Just it depends on which breath you get me in, I guess. Some people love the hype. It's got to be his tattoo that attracts the viewerships. Does he have a GameStop tattoo? Oh, yes. Yeah, I mean, that's fucking commitment right there. Holy shit. That's so cool. Like right across. He's got the GameStop Power logo as his third eye. Pretty decent, he says. You don't think so? I'd like to think I'm a nice guy. The nice thing about loading these on 0 or on 1 is, if it doesn't play out, you can exit still at break even. Take your $10 back. Right, as long as you don't size in too heavily, should be no problem. And that's why we only really ever want to buy, you know, a couple dollars worth. I did not. I'm just kind of watching, narrating. Doesn't look great. You could, but just small lottos, right? If you want to buy 5 at 2 or maybe 10 of them if you can get a fill at 1, I think that's fine. As long as you're okay with losing that money, because that's exactly what you'll be doing, right? There's about a 99% chance of that. However, if you can get the fill at 1, you can start to try to get fills at 3 and at 4, right? And percentage-wise, that is substantial, but literally not worth the time unless you're bored sitting here. But it gives you exposure, because if we do get an end-of-day squeeze up, which sometimes happens, and it's not uncommon for these to go up to like 20, 30 cents plus. But if nothing happens, then, we're just trading at 2 and trading at 1. And, the closer you get to the end of the day, the harder it will be to get a fill on the exit, right? So you see the volume is very low, right? Like this is, 60 shares or contracts, right? 10, 15 year. So you're never going to be able to buy hundreds or thousands of them because you won't get a healthy fill, but you can buy, just a very small size. And then if you do get a face ripper to close out the week, it's some walking around money. You maybe buy a nice dinner or something for yourself. If not, then, you just gave away $10. It's like not much. Or $20, just basically nothing. But again, it's like trying to teach you guys this pattern, right? So you can, when you had a good week, when you locked in a bunch of profits, you're like, oh yeah, I made a ton of money on GameStop this week. I'm bored. It's Friday. What can I do? I can watch, 0 DTEs that are just out of the money. Maybe try to get in on a low, right? We're trying to, try to load in at 1 cent here, and now you're trying to unload at 3 cents. Like, I get it. You're making $2 woo, per share or contract, but percentage-wise, that's impressive, right? So that's good percentage gains from 1 to 3. And then, you can't size in. You can't buy more shares to really capitalize on that because the order book doesn't really support it. But the fact remains that this is a play that you can make not only on GameStop but on any stock that you like on the Friday afternoon, right? Like when there's like an hour left, half hour left, you can try to pick up these contracts right on the very bottom. But just getting everyone comfortable with it. And just like we're going to be playing GameStop next earnings, we're also going to be looking at the options chain next Friday, right? Because it would be nice to show you guys, like, oh, it's one thing to have, oh, you can buy in at 1 and sell it at 3 and, make $2 and like, haha, do nothing with your life, which is still fine. I get that, but it would be nice to show you guys this run to, 30, 40, maybe even $1. So you grasp that the lotto is worth it, right? Because even though, this may not play out very frequently, it's a very high, low percentage hit, like maybe 1 in 10, right? But when it does hit, you make more than 10x, right? So it's like a low percentage, high reward play that you can make on a small scale. For being a day trader? Oh no. He's gonna get me or what? Most of the people involved with GameStop are day traders. All the ones I know, right? So you see that nice volume? Woof. Do you think that was someone closing out all of their shares? Or do you think they're buying in anticipation? I told you guys, small size. That's way too much. That's way too big of an order, you guys. Holy. Settle. I'm talking 10, 20 contracts, not 1,000. I'm just kidding. I'm sure it's not any of you. Yeah, day trading is what keeps me sharp, though, right? That's why I can make decisions in the moment, right? That's why I knew to scale out yesterday on the high, right? Reduce my risk, take my profits. If you're not a day trader, I doubt you're very good at that, because it's trading is an emotional game, and you need to like master that, and you do so with practice and repetition, right? And it's hard to get that practice and repetition when you're only trading GameStop. This was someone selling, I think, at 3. It's a good sell. But that's kind of it, right? Like, you know, you're loading up these lows, and then you get a high, and you just dump them. Now it looks like they're probably buying them back. Because this is a lot of volume. Just 2,000 contracts here, and we still have half an hour. Unless this is the market maker literally calling it quits. But a half an hour is a lot of time. I wouldn't expect that volume until right end of day. Yeah, and that's the thing, though. Like, a lot of people don't even realize that it's short squeeze season. A lot of people don't realize that currently we have multiple short squeezes taking place. But because the media isn't telling them, and they don't see Beyond Meat on the news, they're unaware, right? But in reality, we have multiple stocks mid short squeeze, and mainstream media is never going to answer it or talk about it. They're never going to say, "Hey, you see SMX? It went from $3 to 500." They're not saying that, right? Because it's not in their best interest. But they'll be like, "Oh, Beyond Meat's, short squeezing Beyond Meat," right before they flip the hedge and dump it on you. So I do think that being on the pulse of the market is important. I hope he rips me, and that would be good exposure for me. Disparaging others. Oh man, we could be best friends. That's what I like to do too, is just like talk trash. That's like my whole thing. It's the easiest way to feel better, No, and it's like I have confidence in my day trades too. Like even on the channel in my day trading videos, like, I've given call outs that have run hundreds and hundreds of percents for people. I got no shame on that, I don't expect you to take my calls, but I do expect it to build some form of confidence and trust between the two of us, where you're like, okay, he's an authoritative figure. He understands how to trade because he's providing me with proof on like a day-to-day basis. That's what I do it for. So I don't do it to get your liquidity in on top of mine. It's more of a, here's a reason to subscribe to the channel, right? Sounds like a fun guy. Should we stop in, say hello? Maybe we'll do that next week. Oh man, these are getting dunked on. Still half hour though. We know the 23s won't finish in the money. That's probably not possible. But if they do, ooh-wee. Like, how many of these 23s probably aren't fully hedged because they're like, no, we're under 23 today. What if someone squeezes the chain end of day? Because look at the gamma on like some of these contracts. They're not. It's there. But yeah, if I'm ever taking a position and like you're not on the live stream, you can just check in on the Discord, right? And it'll probably be easier to see. I could maybe like start doing an at everyone or at here or something, just so it stands out. And that way, you're never missing entry because you weren't able to be on the live stream for 100% of the time, right? And then, of course, yeah, I have 25% of my holding left. So these are our positions. My size is obviously a little different than this. This is just like a placeholder, but my averages are the same. And my entries and exits, are the same, right? So I have 25% of these holdings left. Another 15% of which I scale out on Tuesday afternoon. And then I hold 10% of my original buy-in through the call as a lotto with no risk, right? Because I've already pulled out profits. So if there's an IV crush and my contracts get burnt and it, gaps down instead of up and I'm a freaking bozo, then I've still won. I'm still a winner. I just gave a tiny percentage of it back. Or it gaps up and, I've now magnified my profits a little bit further. So that's how we do it. And that was all A, in the YouTube videos, and B, here, with my entries and, risk management plan and, et cetera, like giving updates the whole time, right? So, yeah. And then, of course, updating all of that on the daily YouTube video as well. If you don't have the time to be here for the 4 hours, because there's nothing happens. I'm sitting here, hanging out, answering questions, collecting data to film in that video, right? I'm basically spending 4 hours to think of things to say in a 10-minute video that I'll film later. For example, I'm going to talk about, there's one golden ticket left. I think the golden ticket's cool to give away Pokemon product from the power packs. It drives people to get the power packs. I'm going to talk about utilization being up. So it's like some people are selling naked calls here probably because shares to borrower decreasing. Talk about how we gave perfect scale outs yesterday. And if you didn't scale out, well, then there's still time because we had amazing entries for everyone as well. We could talk about, maybe the max pain and options chain into earnings next week. And then we're talking a lot about revenue and, store footprint reduction, which is really cool throughout our time frame, which is going to lead to improved SG&A for earnings, which is coming up. And we're looking at the talking about storefronts. We pulled up these maps and we're looking at the the number of fucking GameStop stores. It's just insane how packed they are, or how densely packed they are, right? So yeah, that's kind of what the live stream's about, is like we are tracking price action in real time, which typically is boring because GameStop is like watching paint dry because it's always low volume, but not always. Some days, you get that volume alert and, there's structure here and you can really play off of it. But always just, tracking the technicals throughout the day alongside the broader market while we, kind of discover everything and map out anything new for the day for that YouTube video. And of course, we're going to try to do as many updates as we can here in the Discord for everybody also. And then I'm on Twitch. If you ever need anything else, you can come by and yell. Yeah, it's no worries. Always happy to help. Probably setting up our Christmas tree tonight. getting into the festive theme of things. My cats love the tree. What do we have? 20 minutes left. It's time for GameStop's Face Ripper. Volume has totally dried up on these contracts. This was the last push of it, right? The last sell on the volume there. Maybe not. We'll see, though. Looks likely. Probably playing some more Halo this weekend. Man, we're so close to the 23s being in the money that if I owned a 23, I would just exercise it. I would just call in and exercise my 23 at 22.92. It may as well be in the money. I think it's sub 23, but sub 23 basically just means no auto exercise. But anyone who cares is going to just call in and exercise. Like if it's 22.90, why wouldn't you? I would. So because only 1/10, probably will get exercise because available cash to do so. But now they can reduce that 10th now even further if it's not an auto exercise. So people have to at this point call in and be like, "Hey, we're doing this." And the broker's going to say, "Why? It's not in the money." You're like, "Fuck off." Don't tell me how to spend my money. It's close enough, right? Give me my shares. And then force obligation delivery. We could also jam Halo today. Maybe. I don't know if Buddy's online or not. He's probably honestly, he's probably playing Halo right now. When isn't he playing Halo? He doesn't have it open, buddy. There, you're online. Maya's ready for her afternoon nap. Which I don't think I'll have because I just had a coffee. That's probably not in the books. Oh, yeah. I knew who gifted it the whole time. Was there any doubt? Maybe I misspoke. Because we started playing online with that person the moment we got it, basically. Oh, and we're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Tonight, right? Everybody loves that. You show up, you'll get to hear me sing the theme song. You ever hear Probably not. I don't. I'm sure very few people in their lifetimes have ever heard that. I do an incredible one-to-one rendition of the Yu-Gi-Oh intro. You can't even tell. You're like, wow, is this studio recording? It's like a FLAC file. It's like you can't. It's so good. Pony said he missed me today. He's like, man, I miss you in the evenings. And I said, why don't you hang out with us on YouTube? And he was already gone. That's the thing. Some horses gallop quite quickly. "16 minutes left in the big show." No thanks. Sometimes they start out so good and then they just go to like a slideshow based meme. I don't want a slideshow meme. Like, edit an actual movie scene, start to finish. And don't ever use AI. Fuck off, dude. And that's not someone just being dumb. That's like a bad actor diluting your environment on purpose. It's gross. Like, there's no way that's a useful idiot. Like, everyone in the community knows that we don't want any AI used ever. Like, this is the most you ever want to use it for, is just pulling information. So you're speeding up. Like, but then you see people writing DD and, like, coming to conclusions based off of it, that aren't, just factual recalls. It's crazy. I do think the market probably cools down a little bit before the rate, and then it like rips harder after. Look, we're getting our end of day move. It's just going the wrong way. Oh my gosh. The 22.5's holding really good value though into end of day. Oh, intrinsic value at this point, I guess. So it's not going to bleed down at all. Yeah, let's set up our Christmas tree tonight, and then we'll get our recordings done tomorrow with the tree up. So let's just like hang out, maybe play some games, and take it easy tonight. And then tomorrow we'll film our GameStop video, our Magic video, I guess our general market video. We should talk about SMX some more, right? And Then we'll do like some social media work where we try to build the community, invite people to the Discord. Um, yeah, should be a pretty chill weekend. I don't have too much planned. Pretty aggressive sell off here. I missed you decorating for Halloween, so setting up the tree should be fun. Well, Halloween was a pretty quick setup. It was like a single light I plugged in, right? It was a good light though. It's like a plug-in pumpkin. So it was like just like a wired cage basically in the shape of a pumpkin that had like um I don't know, like some plastic covering it. I don't know, like acrylic. I don't even want to say. It was like yeah, I don't even know. Like how people use like some acrylic colored based whatever to do stained glass on their windows and it just like comes out of a tube, right? Um it's like that, but like over top of like a wire cage with some lights in it, which works pretty good. It was all right. I mean, I'll take a fake Christmas tree or a plug-in pumpkin every single time. Just for the fact that you don't have to throw it away. Because decay is gross. And even like a carved pumpkin, it's like rotting right away. A tree losing its needles really bad, like ah. And then like you got to go get it, right? I'm not going outside to cut down a tree. To pick a pumpkin from the patch. Yeah, out back. I've got it's right beside the pumpkin patch I have for the pumpkins. I've got a tree farm as well. And it only grows perfect Christmas trees, of which I harvest one a year. No, it's a fake tree. I plug it in. I think I made the mistake. Some years I don't even take the lights off, and I'll just like put it in a closet, like put it in a different room, basically. Just leave it still up, drag it out. I think last year I put it away in its box though, which means we have to redecorate it with lights and everything, which again is also more than I'd like to do. But you gotta do something. Maya waits till the very end of stream to come cuddle. Classic. Yeah, maybe get some chores done tonight too, so I don't have to do them this weekend. We'll get like some laundry and vacuuming and the dishes. All the good ones. So there's like zero market for these after the sell off here, right? We have those two big volume sells and it's just cooked. But I do suspect that if it can swing in the money in this last couple minutes, which, I mean, there's 5 minutes left. These could still, do a little turbo squeeze. There's some volume. 3,000. 1 cent away. Fuck. Yeah, isn't that something? And that's, that they're kind of losing control on the chain at this point because we're well above max pain and they're only able to pin it, just under, which is not great. So they're definitely not necessarily in control of the chain. Four minutes. Oh. What do you see, Maya? I lost my cuddler. Do it. Do it. Starsky and Hutch? Do it. Do it. That's actually a pretty good movie. I like Ben Stiller. He's funny. Do it. Owen Wilson's pretty good too. Ooh, do it. Now I'm like Morant Morantz. Do it. Do it. Just kidding. I mean, some people believe that they can whisper the stock to where they'd like it to go, right? And it's about, yeah, you see this even in like big trading groups. Are like, yeah, I'm manifesting it. It's like, shut the hell up, dude. Yeah, okay. That's aggressive, right? Like, oh no, I'm making the stock go up. Like that's some serious. I don't even know. So since these are obviously not doing anything yet, we'll touch back. Let's look at some calls really quick. 85s. From 15 cents up to 80 cents on the sell-off and rip end of day. And that's the phenomenon I was trying to show you guys on GameStop, is if, we get a late day kind of bleed down and a rip up into close, you can buy really cheap calls and just have massive gains because it's a 0-day expiry, right? So we see that here on the SPY, from $1.34 bleeding all the way down to 15 cents and now back up to $1, right? Like That is fantastic gains. That is so fucking good. Just off this itty bitty movement that's end of day and happens a lot, right? Like this is not uncommon. This is something that, I can show you time and time again, not just on the S&P 500 daily, but preferably on your favorite stock, which you can normally only do on a Friday because the ETFs have 0-day expiries all week, but the larger stocks are weeklies, right? So we didn't get the 23s to really do what we wanted, unfortunately. You could have based these. We didn't mention that. Like if that was, you could have bought them at 1 cent, $1, and sold them at 3 there for a little bit. But it's just not really what I wanted to show you, right? I wanted to show you, that 10 or 15 cents up to $1.50, right? Just those massive gains, which it still did finish at 23. You take the wins you're given in life, right? We'll do an end of day technical analysis for you guys really quick before we sign off. Just check out the 15 minutes here. We're chilling. We held this, right? We had this marked out in Discord. And in yesterday's video too, right? Somewhere here. For today, I'd like to see us get smashed into late afternoon. We can do some high risk 0 days lottos. Looked at that, couldn't get it. For upside continuation, we want to see the 1 day 50 hold. That was this morning at 8:30, right? And then we have this right after. Boom. This is the 1 day 50, this red line right here. We're holding that for bullish continuation. So we're looking good into next week there. Of course, we can just jump right into that on the 4 hour. So we have our reversal signal. The EMA is crossing. We're pairing that with a key level breakout, which is the 200 here, or the 1 day 50. It's the 200 on the 4 hour is the thing, right? So we're holding trend. This is really good. Now at this point, hopefully we can expand into the 1 day 200. Again, nobody's going to like me to say this, but I would expect rejection here, right? Gap up into earnings, people take profit, comes back down, and then I don't know what happens. We're going to have to reassess at that point. Looking at kitty charts really quick, because we do want to touch on the PMO on the 4 hour to see how that is looking. Not great, but it could change. So we're just going to continue to monitor that to try to get it to swing back in a bullish fashion. But right now with that bearish reversal, it doesn't look great for the 1 day. It looks like this could probably be, a false set and swing back on itself. But, we're going to take it day by day and see how it all goes, right? So earnings is next Tuesday. We went through our evolution of revenue for collectibles, for hardware as the Switch 2 rolled out, so as well as the power packs, just seeing how that really has affected us and compounded really nicely, as well as the reduction in liabilities through those leases, right, and storefronts. So looking at all of that ahead of earnings, because that's kind of the things that we're going to touch on when that new report comes out for us, right? Aside from that, we had a great pre-earnings run-up trade, 120% yesterday on those scale-outs. If you're holding a small percentage into next week, sure, that's great. Continue to scale out and then just hold those lottos through the call because we can't guarantee it, right? We all think things are great, but it's really the market that decides. And, who knows? So cheers. Thank you all so much. Appreciate you guys. Have a great day. And I'll see you all hopefully this weekend on some YouTube videos that we put out, because that helps as well if, you're leaving a comment and a like in the watch time. Of course, you can share them out to your communities as well if anybody's interested. And yeah, we'll be back. Take care.